Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna be. This is probably the quickest turnaround between streams. I'm gonna be trying to uh, complete the body of this character that I was sculpting last night. So, yeah. And I've never, I don't think I've sculpted, I've modeled bodies based off of references, like with vertices and faces in edit mode, but I don't think I've ever sculpted a body from scratch. So we'll see how this goes. Gonna be following along with a few tutorials, but also gonna be gonna be trying to start out with a regular human body and then kind of work from there. Actually, it looks like there's a this tutorial where a guy started making like a beast type character. It's a Blender tutorial that might be using that as a guidepost too. Instead of starting with the human character and then working backwards, or not working backwards, but adding it on later. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that. Okay. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just staring at a blank screen right now. I'm trying to figure out if I want to start. If I want to start with the base human mesh, or if I want to just start with the stylized aspect of it. All right, all right. Alright, so right now I'm looking at this pretty interesting tutorial. I think I'm going to try and follow along at first and then try to figure it out on my own after. So this guy's using something called the skin modifier, which I've never used before. Never really heard of, actually. I mean, I've seen it. I've never actually used this. Interesting. Okay. Learn something new every day. Mirror. Wait. Now I'm getting confused. Wait, what? Okay, so I've never done this before, so if it gets to a point where I'm just like not saying much and um, I'm just sort of lost in figuring it out, just bear with me. Um, 'Cause I'm trying to figure out how to get the base mesh for this. Have you ever followed one of those for anyone watching or anyone who does tutorials or just learns a program? Have you ever followed one of those like time lapse or like really fast tutorials where they go way too fast by things that you're kind of curious more about, but they just keep going? That's kind of what I'm using as a guide right now. So, yeah. I promise this will turn into a, a, a creature, uh, a being eventually. Doesn't look like it right now, but uh, this will lead to something. Um, how's it going? YS Books, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I apologize for commenting on your video and thinking you were a guy. I still kind of feel bad about that. So it's stupid for me to just assume. I think because of my head, this is how my brain works. Because I initially thought your username was Brooks, I immediately, even though I read it wrong, I assumed I just assumed like, oh, it's a guy because in my head I made the mistake of saying Brooks first. That's how my dumb brain works a lot of the times. So I apologize for that. I apologize for continually bringing it up too. Maybe I should just stop bringing it up as well. Oh yeah, I know. I saw that. It's funny because I watched that video, just thinking, just wondering, like, oh, I wonder who's in this. Like, I wonder what shows shows are in this, and he picked mine, which is really cool. Um, he was very kind enough to do a video. Sort of, it wasn't really like a review. It was more like a recommendation of Diver in my series a couple months ago. Like he saw it on Facebook and kind of messaged me. So that was really cool. That's why, again, I was saying, I think I was saying before one of my last streams, Facebook is really such a good tool. You get to like, there's a lot of cool artists on Facebook now. I mean, the site itself is the ethics of the way it uses users' information. That's a whole other thing. But the fact that it's, people are still using it, including myself. So there's still some, cool ways to connect with people on there. All right, wait. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, now let's get back to it. Not gonna lie, guys. I'm gonna be attempting to eat quietly while I do this. So I promise this isn't gonna this is gonna turn into one of those streams where they're eating like right into the mic like this. So I'm gonna just keep the mic a little farther from me than usual, and maybe keep the volume down. All right, let's get back to this. I'll be right back again. Okay, let's get back to it. I had to finish eating. I didn't want to didn't want to eat and work and go back and forth. Okay, 37 minutes in, and we have a stick figure. this is this is going great so far. All right. Okay, now I'm kind of confused. Why is I'm thinking about cloning my voice? The voiceovers? What voiceovers? I'm confused. Or the voices in my oh, okay. I was like, where'd that come from? Cloning your voice. I mean, you could just ask, you know, people ask me all the time, like, where to get voice actors. And you could just email some voice actors who might be willing to um, lend their voice. But yeah, if that doesn't work, then yeah, I don't know. Okay, I don't know what this is. I pressed something random and now don't know how to get rid of it. So that's a texture space. I've never used a texture space before, but now it won't go away. What did I just do? Oh boy. Crap. Okay. What? Hang on. Now I gotta look up how to get rid of this. Oh boy. I pressed undo and then it did nothing. Oh, okay. That was easy. Okay, now. Okay. A little confused here. So in the tutorial I'm doing, the guy is able to scale these vertices, but that's not working for me at all. And I don't know if he's scaling it or if I don't know what he's doing. It's Control A, like normal scaling. Is that right? Oh my god, you're right. Who are you? No, I'm kidding. Oh wait, how come I couldn't find that in here? Well, oh, I've never done this before. Well, I've never worked with the skin modifier, just in general. Oh. Like normal scaling. Okay. Correct. Wait, YS books, you do that too? You should have told me. You said correct, like duh. Should have told me. Oh, but thanks. Oh, command. Yeah, okay, got it. Didn't see. Yeah, it's not. I don't see it anywhere in the. It's so weird. Jesus, I don't think I legitimately have no idea what I would have done if I didn't figure that out. Because I never even would have thought to scale normals or whatever. I didn't even think vertices had normals. But I guess that makes sense. Alright, and if anyone's curious what tutorial I'm doing, we tried, but you didn't like it. Wait, when did you say? You said Control A? When did you say that? I'm confused. But yeah, for anyone wondering what tutorial I'm doing, it's called the Beast Sculpt in Blender. It's like the Beast, and then there's Dino, Topo, Retopo, and Sculpt. But yeah. But yeah, I think it should be exposed in the modifier as a slider at least. Yeah. Man, that I would never have figured that out. I appreciate that, the scientist. I've never. So is that only for this modifier? Is that how that works? And also, the tutorial I'm doing is not. It's like, it's basic. It's almost like a. It's not even like I don't even know if it's a typical tutorial. It's more like a time lapse. I'm trying to follow along. Like I'm trying to slow it down. But yeah, appreciate that. And YS books, you said you helped, but I only saw the comment about the voices for the series. I didn't see the Control A, but if you did know, then yeah, I appreciate that as well. Next time, tell me. 'Cause I need to. That's one of the first times that's ever happened where I was like just stumped, and somebody helped me out. Because I rarely, as much as I do tutorials and I still feel like I'm learning things, I rarely get like stumped in Blender. Because I feel like I generally know, what I'm doing. Like, and if I don't, I know where to look. But this time it was like, it's not in the menu. It's not, I wouldn't even know. There was no way to even like find it. But yeah, generally it's not easy. It's not easy to stump me in terms of Blender things. But this tutorial, this method just as a whole, almost got me. It's reasons like that I understand why people kind of just give up on learning 3D and learning Blender and things like that. So I hear that all the time where people are like, yeah, I tried Blender and then it's just too complicated. I'm like, when things like that happen, I totally get it. Where you get stuck and then you don't even know how to Google it or what to even look up for help. Like, when things like that happen, I totally get it. Now this is starting to resemble the shape now. But yeah, I was gonna just model a regular human body first, which is what I typically do. I typically work from a human topology, and then go into to make it stylized afterward. But then I saw this tutorial and I'm like, okay, well maybe we'll start here. See how it goes. Yes, different from other. Once it clicks, it gets. Yeah, definitely. Started learning Blender last August. Last August, last October. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, I think that's the case. It's just one of those things where it's like where whenever people say like, it looks really complicated, or they just give up. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not easy for people to kind of accept. And I'm saying this as someone who's there myself, where like it's not easy to accept that for a while you're just gonna be lost and things are gonna feel kind of overwhelming just for like a while. And I think a lot of people sort of in that phase, they go like, this is just frustrating. Like, unless you really want to, because for me it was like, I really wanted to make an animated movie basically back in however long ago, 2009 or something. It was a long time ago, 2008, 2009. I was just like, I really wanted to do that, but if I didn't, if I just wanted to learn the program just because out of just for the just for the fun of it, then like I totally get that. I totally get that. Where I would just all of a sudden be like, I don't want to. I don't want to be frustrated because I started light wave I think first, and like years like 2007 or 2006 or something like that. I tried. I mean, when I say started, I mean like one day I did a bunch of tutorials because I wanted to learn 3D animation, and then all of a sudden like after like a whole afternoon of trying to build a house, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like it's just a lot of reading, a lot of being lost and feeling like you don't know what's going on, and I was like in a mood where I'm like, I just want to like make what what I see in like Pixar movies and things, and at least that's what I was thinking at the time. Like I don't want to sit here and like study or like do tutorials. But that was my mentality when I first started. But then after a while, it's like you get like a goal in mind. I mean that's also it also helps me in terms of like my my own work and things like that. It's for me. It's I feel like I'm much like a lot of people commend me on like patience and things like that, and dedication, which I appreciate. But at the same time, most of the time, whenever an episode comes out, I'm always like, oh man, it didn't do as well as I thought, or I feel like, or it didn't, you know, hit people the way I wanted it, or not wanted it, but like, oh, I thought like this scene would be more effective or something like that, and and so I always feel like I'm reaching a super high goal that's probably possible to get, and I think that's probably what, especially with Dead Star. Now with Diver, I'm kind of more relaxed, but especially with Dead Star, I felt like oh my god, this is gonna be like such a new thing. Nobody's making like a series, on their own like this, and no one's making like their own anime type thing. Like this is gonna be like a new thing that's gonna be like it's gonna reach so many people. That's what I thought like when I was making like the first episode, the first couple episodes, and I thought like I was this like I was like discovering a new frontier or something like that, and I think that looking back on it though, even though I wasn't doing that at all, looking back on it, at least I wasn't doing it well. Um, I feel like that's what got me through a lot of the difficult parts, because I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be like, this is like I get to be a character in an anime, and I get to do all these things, and I think that got me the naivete basically of thinking you're reaching a goal. I think got me much farther than I would have gotten if I was just if I wasn't like super serious about it. Naivete is very, very helpful, especially when you're an artist. Even if you're aware of it, it's helpful. Yeah, it helped me to have a specific goal. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely. Started planning for book covers. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of, well, I didn't start with book covers, but I started kind of doing, I guess I wasn't even sure what I wanted to do. I think I wanted to make more. It's funny because we were talking about Clone Wars last night. It's funny, I never didn't even think to mention it, but I was talking about Clone Wars last night on the stream, and I didn't even mention it then because I wasn't really thinking about it. But Clone Wars was a big kind of influence for me in terms of like not the because I'm not really a fan of Clone Wars, but the 3D of it. I remember when I saw it in theaters, it kind of it's funny because it's like it's a terrible movie. Like I really don't like the movie, the Clone Wars movie, but the 3D of it was like it, which I thought was just so cool at the time, especially because back then, like I don't think people like I don't feel like a lot of younger people understand like what how big like HD was and 3D animation was like just in general around that time, like around the time of like 2007 and 2006 or 2008, like when HD became a big thing. Like man, like that was especially if you're a person like interested in film and stuff like that. Like that was that was such a big deal to like the world of entertainment and everything and and so I was just became like fascinated with like oh I'm gonna make like 3D animation like Clone Wars and it's gonna be like in HD and the quality is gonna be amazing and that was I think that was like what I first wanted to do and then and then and then once I sort of figured out how to do I did tutorials. It's funny I have a channel like the channel that I used to have before I started Death Star. It's just my name, and I think I still have it up. But I did like a test, like a Blender anime lighting test because I did this tutorial. It's crazy because this one tutorial, like like basically started my whole career or work. It's just from this one tutorial, but it was a tutorial on how to do like cell shaded like you know anime style or cartoon style lighting um, like like I'll do it really fast here like it was it's sort of using it's funny because I haven't memorized now but back when I first started Dead Star I used to have to go back to the tutorial because I would forget the settings but using color ramps for cell shading kind of like this um, and then using result and so I did a tutorial that basically showed you how to do this back in is there a lamp in here? No. It's crazy because this one tutorial I don't even know if I'd be able to find it now but wow that does not look great. Let's turn those off. But yeah, basically, yeah, tutorial how to do this basically, how to have two tones, the two tones, um, and I sort of felt like, and I was a big Bleach fan at the time. I was watching Bleach and a bunch of different animes. And I was getting really back into anime because after Dragon Ball Z went off the air as a kid, I didn't really, you know, it wasn't like the way the internet is now, where it's like here you can just search something and you could find, you know, 10 streaming sites where you could stream illegally Dragon Ball Z and every anime ever created. Like it wasn't like that back then. Uh, like if you were able to find like torrents or something, it would be like crappy quality maybe, and it wasn't like finding watching things online was not like it is now, where it's like everything's just on Netflix too. And so yeah, I didn't know what anime really was like back in like 2006 or 7. I just knew that, oh, I grew up with Dragon Ball Z, and I grew up with Gundam Wing and Outlaw Star and all these shows. I didn't know that they were anime. I didn't even know like the process. Uh, but but yeah, I was watching Bleach at the time because I discovered what anime was. This is like 2007 or 2008, and then and and I thought like, oh wait, I can do this in Blender, and Blender has the time I was doing this thing. Um, I was using this because Freestyle I don't think was out at the time when I started Death Star, or maybe it was out. But I was using this. Uh, see the black edge. I discovered how to do this, and I thought like, wait, I could have cell shaded characters, and I could outline them in a black outline. Like, oh man, like I could be like maybe I can create my own cartoon. I thought like, well, if I can do that, maybe I can create like my own anime, and then that's how, and then that it turned into that. It shifted from like me wanting to do like a Clone Wars style thing to me thinking like, oh, maybe I could start like my own indie anime thing, and yeah, that's how that started. I feel like I'm sorry, I wasn't even looking at the chat. I apologize. Went on a tangent. I feel like without that mentality, we're likely not to. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you gotta. I always think about the saying you gotta like reach for the stars, and then you probably won't reach it, but you might land, at a nice. You might land in some nice place in the atmosphere. Um, Dead Star's epic. Thank you. I thought it's that's what I thought at the time, but I was also kind of naive in thinking that I was naive in thinking that just making it was enough to to uh, to like get people interested. Just the idea that it was made, and I wasn't my skills of just in general in writing and animating just weren't there yet. I mean, I think at the time I was okay writer. I was okay in terms of writing. I wasn't. I look back on some of the stuff and I think, yeah, you could have done this better. But it was really just the animation that I just wasn't knowledgeable about. We're at the mercy of manga entertainment. Yeah, well, Toonami. This is after Toonami. So I'm like after Toonami left. That's kind of what I mean. After that period, it was just like, okay, like people. It's so crazy how our media has changed so much. People don't understand that it's like if something didn't come on TV, there's just no way to get it. Like unless you seek out the DVD. Like, but I mean like if you're not that invested in something, or actually we had the Dragon Ball Z DVDs. We had those orange boxes, but like just in general, like there are shows that I look back on now that like I loved, but like not really. I wasn't like so invested that I would go buy the DVD, so it just fell into obscurity. Like Gundam Wing and a bunch of. Actually, I really wanted the Endless Waltz Gundam Wing DVD for a long time. 'Cause that was like I loved that movie. I loved when it came on Toonami, and I don't know if anyone is a Gundam Wing fan, but yeah, like people don't get it. It's like if it wasn't on TV, like there was no way to get it. Like it's crazy how things have just totally changed now. Because like TV is like nothing now. Like nobody watches TV anymore. Um, it's so crazy how like that's all there was then. It was like oh, hopefully like they'll start airing the Dragon Ball Z episodes again. And people kind of say that about Netflix now. Like, oh, hopefully this comes to Netflix or streaming. But I kind of feel like you could just buy anything now. You could buy anything. You could. I mean, one could partake in illegal streaming on free sites online. One could do something, something, uh, um, something as sinful as that. I don't know what kind of people would do a thing like that. I would not condone that publicly on a stream. I'm just saying that one could, given the opportunity, do that as well. And it's very easy to do that if one would choose to want to do that. It's not something I condone, obviously, but that's kind of that's really stupid. But that's how things are now. It's like obviously you could find anything so easily now, and it's just crazy how like our mind shifts so quickly. It's like, oh, okay, Netflix and Hulu and Amazon and torrenting and all these things. Okay, yeah. So finding things is just simple, and it's crazy how that mentality that we all had of like, oh, I can't wait till the DVD comes out, or oh, I can't wait till it comes on TV. Like that that's just completely gone, and yeah, I don't know, that's crazy. Um, a ton of Gundam. Yeah, I've always seen two Gundam. There was one about two. Is the eighth MS team? Is that the one? There's one I really like that isn't Gundam Wing, and all the other ones didn't really resonate with me at the time of Toonami. But there's one about like two kind of star-crossed lovers who were like one. The guy was on one side, and the girl that he loved was like an enemy who like lost her memory or something, and they fell in love, and then they realized they were enemies. That was one I really really liked, like when it came out to now, and I still remember actually the ending of that and being like transfixed and being like, oh my god, like did they live or die? And that had a huge impact on me because again I was new to anime, and but I don't I always forget what that one's called. It's happened to me many times actually on stream where I forget what that one was called. Uh, it might be Eighth MS. Wait a second. Let me look that up. Because this has happened to me many times where I remember that show and I forget what it's called. But yeah, but yeah, it was a huge Gundam Wing to me was like that was a big moment for me when I was younger. Especially when like movies and specials would come on, like it was actually like a big deal. It wasn't. Now it seems like that kind of thing happens all the time. But yeah, I want to see. Is this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is it. Yes. When did this air? So this aired in 2001. Oh my god. Wait, it only aired. Yeah, I guess it was only 2 weeks. Man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah, this is the one. If this is the one where like at the last shot of it, you see like the two lovers kind of like walking down this like path, and it's kind of left uncertain whether they lived or died. Like that's the one that I really liked growing up. And it's crazy how I mean it's crazy how like I don't even know if like I like it now. It's one of those things where like when you're a kid, especially anime, when you're like discovering anime and you're so like vulnerable to the storytelling, it can be like super super powerful. But I don't even know if like looking if I watched it again if I'd be like blown away by it or if I was just a kid. One example of that is the Garlic Junior saga in Dragon Ball Z. Like as a kid, I remember watching that. It aired as like this like New Year's Eve special kind of thing, I remember one New Year's, I just like after 12 o'clock, I just watched that, like the whole thing, and I was like I was like blown away, and I thought Gohan was so cool, and I thought the whole thing was so cool, and then I watched it like recently, like last year again for like the first time since then, and and I was like, ah, this is boring. I was like, this is, and also I didn't know that that was filler back then. I didn't know what filler was, and I remember thinking, I was like, this is like bad filler. Like this isn't even entertaining. This isn't even useful to the story. But like as a kid, I was like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever. I remember thinking, I mean, Gohan still is cool during that arc, but I remember thinking like Gohan was like the coolest character from that arc. But now it is kind of true that it's probably one of the worst Dragon Ball Z fillers, and it's also like repetitive too. And I'm like they just keep beating the crap out of Krillin over and over, and he just keeps getting back up. It's like, what is going on? But yeah, crazy, crazy times. Join the rebels. It's more contained battles, not a giant war in space. Yeah, yeah. I remember it was more with the characters, and yeah, Krillin is just like I mean, he was a punching bag in the Namek, the Frieza arc, of course, but like with that arc, they overdid it. It's like they need a guy that's likable but's weak enough that him getting beat up is easy and it will motivate the main characters, and Krillin just gets the short straw every time. Poor Krillin. Poor Krillin. It's also funny that Sonny Strait, the voice actor for Krillin, also voices Usopp in One Piece, and Krillin is kind of a similar character than Usopp, even though I like Usopp way more, because Usopp's more of like a character. Uh, Krillin's just kind of like the goofy best friend, but Usopp to me is one of my favorite characters, and also to bring it back to Diver, elements of Zeke's sort of personality. Zeke in Diver, elements of his personality were inspired partly by Usopp. Like the sort of desire to kind of create this persona for yourself that isn't that like an image that you want people to see, but isn't exactly the truth. That was inspired a lot by One Piece and Usopp and Naruto a bit too. Like the sort of idea of like speaking, just speaking your goals into existence, kind of thing. He'd still whoop me in a fight. Yeah, that's the thing about like Krillin and Yamcha is that like, I mean the power scaling in Dragon Ball Z is all messed up. It got. I mean, I guess it's not. Maybe because in hindsight, I'm looking at it from having seen Super and having seen like Majin Buu and things like that. Because early on, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't like it was like Super Saiyan, all that stuff. All that was because Goku was already kind of established as like he's the strongest. He's the guy. He's the guy you go to. Uh, like ever since Dragon Ball Z started, that's kind of how the power scaling was. It's like Goku's gonna be the strongest. Vegeta is gonna be like right behind him, and Piccolo actually Piccolo started out actually even up until like the Namek saga. Piccolo was still he was still kind of relevant, but then once you got into like the Buu saga and then Super and then GT, it's like I don't know what they were doing. And then Super is just like I don't know what I don't know what's happening there. Not a fan, not a big fan of Super, but it's cool to just hear the voice actors again and see Dragon Ball come back and everything. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like Krillin's blocking attacks from like a Super Saiyan God mode. I'm like, what's going on? Like, I don't know. There were multiple times in Super where I'm just like, oh, so we're just not even gonna do the power scaling thing anymore. Like we're just gonna, which in hindsight, it was a fun show. Like it was just meant to be fun. So in hindsight, I guess I'm not that mad. But it's just one of those things where it's like man, Dragon Ball Z was so like suspenseful and like and dramatic sometimes, and that kind of got thrown away. But it makes sense since the franchise has been around for so long. It's like I look at Super as kind of like a reunion show kind of thing, which is not really what I wanted, but I get it. Like I'm not mad at it. Actually, there's I'm a little mad, but but I'm okay with it. There's been time now. I was mad when Super first aired because I was excited for it because I love Battle of the Gods. I think it's the best Dragon Ball Z movie. I think it's like one of the best Dragon Ball Z anything, period. And it was such like a nice way to not only like have a reunion for the series, but also kind of end it too. Because for me, that's kind of where the Dragon Ball franchise actually ends for me, even though they still make stuff and they made Resurrection Frieza. To me, everything after Battle Gods was just business wise them going, oh wow, like people really love Battle Gods and we made a lot of money. So we can make a lot of money from new Dragon Ball content. Okay, well, let's make another movie, and then let's make a TV show, and then let's make another Broly movie. And so that's kind of how I'm like, oh, okay. So everything after, like Dragon Ball Battle Gods, was really just them wanting to have just a reunion thing and to really end like the series on a nice note, and everything else was kind of like business as usual. And so for me, that's kind of how I look at Battle Gods. It's like they wanted to make something, just like a nice goodbye for the fans, and to me that meant like a lot because I thought it was a really good movie, and I thought like it did all the coolest parts of Dragon Ball Z while also being a really fun like reunion movie. And so that's kind of where it ended for me. Everything else is kind of just like fun extra stuff. And I really like Broly. Like that was the animation in that was amazing too. But still, Broly is one of those things where it's like I think after Super I was just so kind of like done that when Broly happened I was like oh yeah, this is good, but like why wasn't Super like this? But that's fine. At least we got some cool stuff. Super to me is like it's. I mean, the Broly movie to me is like if somebody was clearly a big fan of Dragon Ball Z, and because to me, the Broly movie is like what I kind of hoped Super would have been, which is just like light on plot. The plot and story is okay and cool, and just an excuse to have a really crazy animated amazing animation fights, or amazing animated fight scenes, and that to me is what Broly did. Really, like it gave me the old Z vibes, and I didn't get really any of that from Super. But yeah, I could go on and on about Dragon Ball Z. So let me stop. I have a lot of feelings, a lot of opinions. Yeah, I would like seeing more Piccolo and GT. Yeah, I still have not seen all of GT, so I can't comment. I do know what happens to Piccolo though at the end, which I'm still not sure about that. But I've only seen. It's funny because we had the DVDs of GT, and even then I still hadn't really watched it. Still, I kind of like the tone though. I just thought I was gonna stop talking about it, but I will say I like the tone and I like the art style in GT. I kind of wish we got that in Super, but they kind of went more. I don't. It's not even Dragon. I heard people say that like it's got the tone of like Super had the tone of like of Dragon Ball and Z, and I'm not really sure about that. 'Cause Dragon Ball was super gritty. Like if you, I rewatched Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball by the way, the original Dragon Ball. Uh, I love it. But I love also the adventure of it. Like it's such a great show. But the tone of Dragon Ball is like is grim sometimes and dark, and Goku gets messed up a lot of times as like a child, and nothing really like that happens in Super. Like they don't like they. I think they took like the carefree kind of adventure tone of Dragon Ball, but like not the cool stuff. Uh, Not that I just want to see a bunch of. Not that that's all I want to see, but like still, like Dragon Ball. I rewatched Dragon Ball uh, recently or in the last couple of years again, and I was legitimately like felt the suspense, and I knew it was gonna happen. Like that's how good a lot of those fights was. Like the Piccolo arc, man, it's crazy. The King Piccolo arc, and then Young Piccolo arc was cool too. But like the King Piccolo arc is like it's crazy. Like man, this is just gonna be a Dragon Ball Z stream for anyone interested. Just gonna turn into Dragon Ball discussion. I'm gonna like look up after working for a while, and this character is gonna turn. It's just gonna be Goku. I'm like, wait, what happened? All right, let me try to figure this thing out. This is hard. This is hard to follow along to this. This is also useful. I didn't know you could create sort of stick figures like this in just based on just using vertices and edges and things like this. So that's kind of this is a useful tutorial. I think after this, I'm gonna watch Battle of the Gods again. Just now, I'm thinking about it now. I was thinking, oh man, such a good movie. Blender sculpting tools. Yeah, I've been loving sculpting stuff so far, and I'm someone who was kind of intimidated by sculptors and things like that for a long time. So I remember I had to learn ZBrush, or I did uh, a few ZBrush tutorials and things like that for this class, like years and years and years ago, and that was the last time I really sculpted something like seriously. And since then, because I didn't know about a lot of blenders like tools like the Dyn Topo thing, and they have so many good tools, and like I had no idea about them. I thought that like sculpt. I also thought that sculpt you needed to have like a really good computer to sculpt things really detailedly and detailedly. That's a word. Detailed, having really like to have really high res detailed meshes. I thought like, oh, you need like this crazy good computer that can handle super high resolution models, but it's not really the case, especially if you're working in like an empty file like I am. I thought it would like slow down my computer, but it's actually not bad. Um, so yeah, I'm loving sculpting so far. I also didn't know about like snake hook, like the snake hook preset thing where you could like extrude things, and I had no idea. I thought whenever I looked at sculpting, I just assumed it was like literally like sculpting like in real life, and I thought like, oh, I'm not like, I'm not good with like clay, so I wouldn't that wouldn't be for me kind of thing. And I didn't realize that they had all these cool cool tools and things. Cool tools. And yeah, I'm loving it. Cool tools sounds like sounds like a kid like playset or something like that. With like cool spelled with a K. Sounds like something I would have seen on like Cartoon Network as a kid. Like, cool tools, like build whatever you want. And you see like a little kid, you know, with like a toy hammer and wrench. Cool tools. Maybe I should just make that. Maybe I should just make kids toys with catchy titles. Maybe that was my real calling. Doing all my sculpting bunny now instead of zebra. Oh wow, interesting. Need to do. Yeah, that's the thing about ZBrush is that like the seemed like the models or the you know your sculpting had to have such a huge like high resolution thing, and my computer I don't think would handle that. Um, yeah, it's more powerful when you add modifiers. Yeah. I want to sculpt in pose with semi. Every time I see pose, for some reason I think of the program Poser. But see, I've never used bisect. At least I don't think so. And an armature on top of that. Interesting. Yeah, I've never done that. Okay, I think actually let me move this down. Alright, I need to save this because I don't ever want to do that again. I don't, that's my mentality whenever, especially if I'm doing part of a tutorial that I'm like, when is this ending? That's, that's the biggest motivator though, for me to save. So I'm like, if this crashes, do you want to ever do this again? No. Also, I kind of wish that like this tutorial would actually slow down, because I feel like if you just, if, and I'm again assuming it's a guy, but I feel like this person just like, just just showed this the final result, that would have been much easier to just create that. But that's fine. It's like the worst when you're doing a tutorial and like the person is kind of figuring things out, and so you so you do you follow along, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, no, that was a mistake. I'm like, wait, just no. I'm like, why did you include that? Like, it's like, now I'm doing the same mistakes you did. I'm doing some toy sculpts, so I had to get out of the A pose early on. It's nice to not be very destructive, yeah. That's what editing's for, yeah. I mean, it's, like, I get it if for the tutorial, like, the person's, I don't know, maybe it's helpful to show, like, the mistakes, I don't know, but sometimes when people are just kind of, or if it's, like, a technique that they know, but didn't, like, do, like, a practice run before, then that can be kind of frustrating, but, because I'm like, come on, like, you should have this planned. Whoa, what is that down there? I feel like I'm just making Gumby right now. I don't know if anyone this generation knows Gumby, but I mean, Gumby was old when I was a kid. This is like the retro stream now. Talking about Gumby and Toonami and Dragon Ball Z. It's like, you know, kids, back in the day, we used to have to wait for our programs on TV, on the tube. It's terrible old man voice. recording shows with VHS. Oh God. I think I forget, I told this story recently, but like, for like my entire childhood, I never saw the beginning of one of my favorite movies, Aladdin, because somebody had taped over like the first 5 minutes. It wasn't a whole beginning. It was like the whole prologue. It was all of Arabian Nights, and it was like it started in the middle of for people who know Aladdin, when when the guy, I keep wanting to call him Robin Williams just because I know that Robin Williams did his voice, but the guy in the beginning, who's like, who's telling the story, when he goes like, he's like, oh, get this new Tupperware, and then he shows like this box thing. That's like when the movie started for like my whole childhood, and then I didn't see like the that scene or like Arabian Nights until way later. Literally, like I used to watch the Aladdin TV show, and like they would play Arabian Nights. I'm like, oh, I guess that was like the theme of the movie. I don't know. Like, I didn't even know like what that was. I just knew that that had something to do with Aladdin. But yeah, that was the time of having to rewind movies to watch them again, and then later when you get DVR, it's like alien technology. It's like, wait, you could pause television? What? Did I stop time too? It's like, if I go outside, like, does time stop? It's like, even, I mean, there was TiVo before, but like TiVo was like something that, like, I don't know, just rich people had or something. TiVo was like wasn't it was like very expensive, I remember. But yeah, now it's like in the age of streaming, it's like, man, it's like things change just so fast. Even like YouTube, like, I think it was. I feel like I say this a lot, but it's like YouTube was so different when it first started. Like there was just a few popular channels, and those people just got like everyone's views, like PewDiePie and like Simon's cat, and like, but there's like there were like just like a few, and that kid, the Fred kid. I just remember like when you go to YouTube, there used to be just like 10 channels that like they recommend, and now it's like it's crazy. But also, I mean, it's kind of good now because I feel like you definitely know whether you have something good now if you're able to get like attention and subscribers nowadays. Like, you know, you're on something basically, and I think that's actually maybe better than it was, because I can't imagine like as much as it would have been really cool for Death Star to get more views and everything. Like, honestly, it's kind of a good thing because I wasn't. I It's kind of a good thing it went mostly unnoticed, because like, where people weren't, that into it because the animation wasn't great. Because I feel like I learned so much since then that I would not have learned if the first episode got like 1 million views or something like that. Then I would have just thought, oh well, I'll just do exactly this every time, and now like I don't need to improve because I already got super, you know, super popular based on this one thing that was okay, you know, and And so I kind of look at it that way, and feel like I feel like I can't imagine what it would be like to get all that validation that early on and that young, just by making like a YouTube. Well, for me, I was making art. It wasn't just like I wasn't I wasn't just doing silly things in front of the camera, but like, but I can't imagine like you know what that kind of validation does to you, in negative and positive. All right, so I can apply all this, I think. Oh wait, I forgot to tweet this. I should probably tweet this link. Man, it's almost 2 hours. I feel like I haven't even gotten anything done. I mean, I got this done, but like, man. All right, now it's time for the actual sculpting. That's what his tutorial is called. I mean, the stream is called sculpting, and haven't done any. Actually, hold up. I want to see. Typically, whenever I tweet out like a link to the stream, I just kind of tweet to to you know normally. But I'm gonna see if it makes a difference whether I actually include like hashtags and all that stuff. Because I'm in sort of a mindset where I'm like, I don't think hashtags really do that much anymore. Uh, but maybe I'm wrong. Happy to be wrong. Okay. Alright, now let's actually start sculpting. Here we go. Trying to kind of follow along with the tutorial I'm doing, but also try to make what feels normal. Never imagined I'd be worried about, or I'd be sculpting the butt of a demon creature. The butt of a demon. That's that's what my next series is gonna be called. so stupid. Okay, wait a minute. That's a little too accentuated. Demon butt. If anyone feels like wow, that was a really lame joke, I have to unsubscribe for this person. I totally understand. I will not ever hold that against you. I'd watch. No, no, no. Don't condone that. It would be really funny if like that was the thing, like that was the thing that like Hollywood or somebody from like some big studio emailed me about. It's like, like so many people over the years have been like, oh man, like somebody from Netflix or Hollywood should pick up something you make or something, which is very nice. But it'd be funny if and I have no expectations of that. I don't go in thinking like hopefully this gets picked up. It'd be really funny if like that was a thing that like became like the sensation. Demon butt or butt of a demon in 3D. Like, oh my god, have you seen this? I love anyone enjoying the stream right now. It's like, what is happening? Okay, this guy. Alright. So I'm trying to look at this tutorial while I'm doing this. He's the person who's doing this tutorial. I don't know if it's he, but whoever it is, they they're making like little modifications that just redoing them very quickly. And I'm like, well, like what is what should I be following here? After what happened with YS books, now I feel like I need to stop assuming the gender of anyone I see on the internet. I'm just like, hey, good job, man. It's like, no. It's like, what'd you say? It's like, oh, no, sorry. I don't know what it is. Why? I think all guys do that in general, like online. They're like, oh, nice kid. Well, actually, it's not true. Maybe it's just me. Because I just instinctually say man sometimes. Like, cool, man. And sometimes it doesn't make sense, too. It's the butt we deserve, but not the one we need. That'll be the tagline on the poster. How's it going? Shogun Thomas. That's a pretty cool username. I like that. It's gonna be this is a creature that's gonna hopefully be kind of like a demon, without giving much away, but it's gonna be kind of like a demon warrior type of character that's gonna have kind of like snake-like features, and it's gonna be in my other series, Guardian Instance, but I'm also gonna use it for this series Diver as probably like an alien that's gonna be, you know, in the background or something like that too. With everything I make now, I feel like I have to reuse it in some way because making things takes so much time. So it's like if I'm gonna spend, you know, like days making like a spaceship, then like I feel like I'm gonna eventually have to use that design for a bunch of different things to make up for the time. But yeah, for anyone, I made this head last night. This is gonna be sort of the head of it, the guy's head. I kind of gave him like a mouth. That the mouth is kind of actually. I think I'm gonna actually have a ridge here. Hang on. Just want to add this before I forget. A crease here too. But the mouth is meant to sort of be inspired by a snake, but also just like a reptile. I actually thought of the snake from I mean not snake, the lizard guy from Amazing Spider-Man 2. I mean Amazing Spider-Man 1 actually. What the heck was his name? It wasn't Doc. It was I forget the guy. I forget the guy's name, and I someone who watched Spider-Man as a kid. The doctor, though, the scientist. Yeah, so the mouth is gonna open up like that, like a snake. Okay, back to this. Okay. Whoops, I forgot I had my own. Wait, that's your actual name? Shogun? That's kind of cool. That's your first name? That's a really cool first name. I thought that was just like a username. I just saw yourself on Twitter. You know what's so funny is I just said, I wonder if including hashtags or whatever in posts, in tweets and things when I share the stream, I wonder if that actually works. And I didn't think it would draw in anybody, but I guess I was right. Or I guess I was wrong, because it did. And so yeah, that's awesome. Working on my own stuff using Blender too. Love seeing it use. Oh, nice. That's so funny. I was immediately proven wrong because I thought like, oh, you know, like most people aren't looking through hashtags anymore, and I was proven wrong immediately. Which I'm glad. I'm very happy to be wrong. It's such a weird shape, but it's coming together. Shogun. Speaking of shoguns and shogun, I really want Ghost of Tsushima. And I've been thinking about that like all week, but I don't know if I feel like spending $60 on a game. But I've been looking at gameplays. I'm like, oh my god. As somebody who's like, it's funny because Onimusha is even kind of a reference. I'm using an Onimusha reference for this creature I'm making. That's how much I'm someone who loves Onimusha. Like the first three games, amazing. Fourth game I beat, but I almost beat, but it's okay. But the first three games, masterpieces, amazing, just perfect. Actually, the first two masterpieces, I think. The third one was very very good, but it got a little, I don't know. It got a little Hollywoody. You know, they tried to put in actors, and I mean the guy who plays Simonosuke is obviously an actor too, but like I don't know, it got a little broad, uh, but it's still super fun and amazing. Like all of them, I'd give the third one a 9, but I'd give the first two like a 10 because they're just some of my favorite games of all time. And Ghost of Tsushima looks like what a new next gen, the closest we'll get to a new next gen Onimusha game. And so ah, let me play it. I need it. I need it. But you know, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's not a lot, but I just don't feel like. I don't know if I feel like spending it on game. But I really want to play it. But we'll see. I'll probably end up just buying it. So I'm playing a lot of games recently because of quarantine. I heard Ghost of Tsushima. It looks so good. Everyone's saying it's so good. I'm like, man, it looks so good. And also the voice actor in it is the voice actor who voices Zoro in One Piece, and I'm a big One Piece fan. I'm a big fan of all the actors in it, so I'm like, it's just like a perfect storm for me, but I might have to wait. Which I'm okay with waiting. Also, I need like I wouldn't be that hard pressed on a new Onimusha game if they just remastered the original three. Like, give me that on PS4 or something. Like, because man, I would buy that in a heartbeat. Like, why have they not remastered that? They remastered Devil May Cry, and like they're, you know, pretty sure they're made by a very similar, you know, well, maybe not the same team, but the games have similar success and similar fans. And I love Devil May Cry 2. I mean, not Devil May Cry 2. I mean Devil May Cry also, the franchise. 1 and 3 and 4 and 5. 2, not so much, but what got you into 3D animation stuff? It's funny. We were talking about that a little bit. I always wanted to make short films and films in general and all that growing up, and then when I got to or then around like 2008, I think it was 2008, the Clone Wars movie came out, the Star Wars Clone Wars movie, and that movie honestly kind of made me want to try 3D animation because I wanted to make something that had that look. At the time I was making like short films and things on my own, and I was thinking like, man, it'd be cool to come out with like a 3D animated thing, and so that's kind of what got me started. And then after that, I was saying earlier how I was also getting into anime, getting back into anime after watching it, after being a fan as a kid, around the time where I was learning 3D animation, and then I learned how to. Wait a second. I learned how to sort of render things in a sort of cartoon style, and so after I sort of figured out how to do that, then I was like, oh, maybe I could make I can make sort of my own cartoons, and I thought like, well, maybe I could make my own kind of anime type thing, and so and now here I am. That's my story basically. Yeah, and this is from somebody who beat Devil May Cry 2 like a thousand times because it was the latest Devil May Cry game at the time, and I'd never thought that they would make another one. From somebody who did that because I had no idea. It was like back in the day when Star Wars fans would just watch the prequels over and over because like that's the last Star Wars, so this is the last thing we'll ever have. I did that with Devil May Cry 2, and so I beat it so many times. And then when I found out the third one was coming out, I was like, okay, screw this. We're actually getting another a good Devil May Cry uh, uh, game now, and so never really played it again after I got the third one. The third one to me is still one of my top five favorite games of all time. Although five, though, I just played five again because everyone's in quarantine now, so I play video games. Uh, I just played five, even though I'm kind of late. I beat four and five in the last during this quarantine thing, because I kind of missed out on four when it came out because I was like transitioning from like graduation to like college and things, and just didn't have time for video games at the time, and so I kind of missed that whole thing and never got around to it. So I finally got it, and 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 I loved it. And then like right after that, I got Devil May Cry 5, and it's amazing. Like maybe three was always my favorite. I still think three, for any Devil May Cry fans, I still think three is better than four, even though I really liked four. I think four is a really good game. Um, Three is better than four though, way better. I think actually thinking about it, better moves, way better story, amazing story. Story of four is kind of like it's kind of like an in between game, which I'm glad that now looking back, I'm glad I didn't really play it at the time because like I would have felt like okay, but like is there more with like Dante and like I need more of a story. And so four is really good, but not as good as three. And three, I think five is actually better than three. I think five might be the best one. Five is amazing, amazing. It's just like crazy good. I could gush about it a lot, but for anyone who's not a Devil May Cry fan, I won't go too much into it. But I loved it, loved it. Also working on the series. Oh, nice, nice, awesome. Still at the very beginning stages, yeah, and then know exactly what that's like. Three is definitely, but yeah, it's. I mean, three is like is just one of the best action games I think on PS2 ever. And four is like four is solid though. I liked it a lot. I liked I liked being Dante. I mean, it's funny. That's the first thing I say about it. But I did like being Nero too. I do like Nero. Like Nero's a good addition, which is very difficult to do in a franchise like that. Because it's like as a Devil May Cry like hard die hard. You introduce a new Devil May Cry game and say you're only gonna be Dante for like 35 or to 45% of the game. I'm like, wait, what? Like, who is this new kid? But I gotta say they did a good job with Nero, because I didn't hate him. Like throughout the whole game, I was like, he's okay. I don't know if I love him in the fourth one. I liked him way more in the fifth one. But in the fourth one, I didn't love him, but I was still like, I'm okay with it. He's all right. Like I don't dislike him, and that's difficult to do. So props to them for doing that, because it could have easily been like a Raiden situation, like from Metal Gear Solid, where people, even though I liked Raiden, but I wasn't like a fan though. I wasn't like at the time when I got Sons of Liberty. I wasn't like for anyone who knows, who's a Metal Gear Solid fan. But for anyone who is, it's a similar situation to that, where they introduce a new character when all the diehard fans are wanting to play Snake, or the main character they're used to. It's not easy to do. Not easy at all. And yeah, Raiden. I liked Raiden. It's funny because, like, I initially liked him more because I heard that like you get to use a sword with him, but then like I didn't realize that like, oh, you only get to do that like kind of later in the game, like at the last bits of the game. But like still, yeah, he's a good character. I liked him. I was okay with him. Speaking of playing video games during this, I tried to play. And speaking of Metal Gear Solid, I don't know how many guys are Metal Gear Solid fans, but I'm a big fan, and I tried to play Phantom Pain because my brother bought it while he was here, and and he said it got a lot better. But like when I first started playing it, I was thinking like, I don't know if I weirdly. This is how important voice actors are sometimes to characters. Like I kept feeling like I don't know that that Kiefer Sutherland, or the guys who voiced Snake in that, don't know that I see him as Snake. And I really, when I think of Snake, I really think of the voice of David Hayter, and it just kind of took me out of it that it wasn't him. Like it didn't feel like Snake, and it's kind of crazy how I felt that way, because I love Metal Gear Solid, but I literally felt like without his voice, I'm like I don't know about this. And also it was a more serious game too, which I don't know. I did like the campiness and the sort of stylized nature of the original Metal Gear Solid, including 4, which I love 4. 4 was like the last game that I really beat before I was in college. I'm a big Metal Gear. Yeah, me same. Oh, does he barely speak in it? I don't know. I only played the first mission, so I don't know. and I think I skipped it too. Oh no, it was like the special. It wasn't even part of the game. It was like the prologue thing that it was like the special prologue thing. That was the only thing I played of it. And yeah, it just I was just like, yeah, this doesn't like Snake to me is like the voice and the personality and but we did, you know, it made me appreciate Metal Gear Solid 4 a lot more, even though I love Metal Gear Solid 4. But even more so, it made me go, like, yeah, like, it made me realize that's really the ending of Metal Gear Solid for me. And it was a really good ending. Like, it's the way that, you know, you always kind of hope that Snake goes out. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Which, actually, I feel like I might play that again, actually. I love Metal Gear Solid 4. And I'm someone who's like, you know, I kind of went in with super high expectations because I think Metal Gear Solid 3 for me is probably still the best one, and I still I think it's probably still my favorite one, but and so I went in with, you know, with high hopes, high expectations for 4, and they were met. I really liked it. The lack of talking. Oh, really? Wow, I didn't even know that. I'm probably never really gonna play Phantom Pain, so that's fine for me. Yeah, MGS3. Yeah, it's so good. To think that that came out for PS2, man. Like, man, that was like for me like 2005, 2004. I think Snake Eater was 2004. To me, like that period, the 2003 to 2005 or 2006 were like to me like my favorite period in video games, or at least PS2, because I we only ever had PS2. To me, that's like one of my favorite periods ever. Also, oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 was 2005 as well. That was a big deal for me. That was just, you know, crazy period. Where it wasn't just because nowadays a lot of games are kind of just like movies, you know, and like with really realistic graphics, and that's cool and everything. But like, I think the thing about PS2 in that era and GameCube and Xbox was like games had to be like games were, I don't know, I just felt like games were a little more creative and a little more different. But there's some great games out now, so I don't know. I don't want to, you know, sound like an old man any more than I already do. Like, you know, back in my day, I don't want to don't want to do that. Way ahead of its time. Games were more like games. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, but then again, there are cool games that come out now, like Near looks really cool. I have Near actually. I say it looks cool. I played the first part. I haven't finished it yet. Near so far is really cool. Uh, um, Cuphead looks really cool. Like there's some games that are, you know, still kind of have like their own original style to them, and they're more stylized than just than just movies that you're playing. Like games like Last of Us, like they look really fun, but like ever since I played like Uncharted, which those games are super fun, obviously too. But like ever since I played the second one of Uncharted, I kept feeling like, yeah, this isn't really my thing. As much as I liked the game, and as much as I'm like impressed by all those games, it's like not really like I don't necessarily need to just play a movie that's just super hyper realistic, and that's the draw of it. I kind of like I was looking at me and my brother were looking at like Jack 2, like footage from Jack 2 back in the day, and we were just like, man, look at this, like it's so creative and fun and all these things, and yeah, it's like I feel like there's just games are just with that said, they did all the PS5 games that they showed look really cool. So, and also I loved the new Spider-Man game too. So that game's pretty much like playing a movie. So I can't say I just don't like that in general, because the new Spider-Man game was like amazing. Uh, but also I'm a fan of Spider-Man 2, and this was just like a better, like a souped up version of Spider-Man 2 from back in the day. Okay, so now I think wait. I'm gonna go off reference here. Near, yeah, I still haven't beat Near, and yeah, I love Spider Man, love it. Like it's like one of those games where you just feel like, man, this is like what I always wanted when I was a kid. Um, I mean, we technically did have Spider Man 2 as a kid, and that was like at the time that's still probably one of my favorite games ever. But oh yeah, Spider-Man 2 was 2004 also. That was just like a crazy era, um, a crazy era in games. And I think San Andreas was 2004 also. Crazy. Um, but uh, but but yeah, it's like games just a lot of games kind of rely a little too much on the realistic element, like sort of like Last of Us. But again, those look like amazing games. I've never played The Last of Us or the Ellen Page game or Detroit Become Human or those kind of games. Like those just aren't my kind of thing. But oh yeah, no. But I was gonna say that the I'm saying that, but like the new Ratchet and Clank game that's gonna be on PS5 looks like super dope, and like that's the Ratchet and Clank games, even though it is just like sequel to something, but they had some really cool kind of innovative games in the PS5 uh, presentation. So I'm hopeful. There's some cool things happening. Like the Miles Morales game looks awesome, and yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Now I'm just making stuff up. So if anyone's wondering, like, where is this model going? I'm not exactly sure right now. I'm just kind of I went off the tutorial I'm doing, so now I'm just making stuff up. Because in the tutorial, like this was supposed to be the head, this thing here, and it was supposed to have like a hunchback kind of thing. But I realized that that's not really gonna fit my model, so I'm just gonna give him a regular kind of body. 2004, the golden era. 2005 too, though, because 2005 had Devil May Cry 3. It had I think it had Star Wars Battlefront 2, which is amazing. One of my favorite games ever. Um, and I like the Revenge of Sith game, even though it wasn't amazing. But yeah, it's like, man, that was a crazy, crazy time. But PS5 is looking cool, so we'll see. What I love about it, being able to make your own thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hopefully, ultimately, that's kind of what tutorials are for. Ultimately, is so just so that you learn sort of the techniques, and then for you to, you know, to find to just use those techniques to make your own stuff. But but for this, I just had I was kind of planning to follow the tutorial pretty closely, but now I'm gonna have to go off. So maybe I think this thing will be like, I don't know, like a chest amulet thing. I'm not really sure yet, but it'll be cool. It'll be cool. At least I hope it'll be cool. I don't know. Alright, so now basically I have to turn this into a neck and chest. So let's bring this down. those shoulders. That'll probably help. Add in a clavicle. I think that's what this bone is called. Clavicle. This is super weird looking, but hopefully it'll make sense eventually. Actually, I wonder if I can make this smaller. Can I do that? Oh, sorry. If not, so is this creature going to be one of your series? Yeah, it's going to be hopefully in both. Hopefully. Alright, I think I messed up on the clavicle. I think the chest should be all the way up here. Um, wow, this is a mess right now. Okay. Okay, let's just. I think I'm overcomplicating this. Just get rid of this. Oh, hey. How's it going? Keisha says. We're making a very strange creature at the moment. I think I need to move this in, give him an actual chest. good mess, but a mess. Okay. First, I feel like I should define the neck area before I continue the chest. Wow, this is looking super weird, but just flatten all of this. This is so weird looking. Oh, welcome back, Shogun Thomas. I just like saying that name now. Shogun, the Shogun of the West. Okay, that looks alright. Um, okay, looks okay. hard to gauge what it looks like because the neck is like roundish. So let me smooth up the neck. Whoa, whoa. Let's give him some like scales. Actually, before we do that, I like that a little better. This can be brought down a bit. This huge vein right here. better. Let me save. This fella looking particularly evil. That's hopefully the idea. If I can pull that off, then we're in good shape. Whoa, what just happened? No. Alright, Shogun Thomas. For some reason, I read that with, with thinking about the stupid SpongeBob meme. Um, Alright, I'm gonna head out. Now I could only read that picturing that meme. But thank you. I appreciate you for stopping by. Memes really do kind of just ruin certain sayings, especially nowadays, because they're everywhere. Alright, I'm gonna head out. This is harder than I thought. This is a lot harder than I thought. But it's coming together. It's coming together. Man. Okay, I have a little bit of a problem here because it doesn't. It's on symmetry mode, which means that whatever I do on the right side, it does on the left. But as you can clearly see here, this side looks different, and I have kind of an issue there. Clearly, like that's not symmetrical. And that's kind of annoying, but I guess ultimately it doesn't need to be super symmetrical, but still, I need just for the form at least. Dino Topo is not perfectly symmetrical. Yeah. Which I guess works for now because it doesn't need to be exact. But generally, I'm going to move this way up. You could symmetrize and fix working after. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, it's supposed to be. It's ultimately it's probably going to be asymmetrical anyway. So I guess it's not that big of a deal, but still. It's like It doesn't help that it's hot in my room right now. Also, doesn't help that in the summertime, my computer basically turns into like a heater. I mean, it's always a heater, but I mean, because it gets hot. But like in the summertime, it actually is more bothersome than useful. Last summer when I was making episode 2, it was episode 2 at Diver. It was like that's literally it was like so hot some days that like literally I remember some certain scenes in episode 2. I just remember because because it was just so hot in my room. And when I think about making the second one, I think, oh yeah, it was really hot. That's one of my biggest memories. Even though it lasted from like May to like September, and September wasn't bad toward the end, but like it was just hot. Yeah, organic. Yeah, because I was gonna say that like the sort of the body of this creature should be sort of organic looking in general when it's done. And that's kind of what the reference I'm working off of kind of looks like. Still. Trying to make this relatively even. Let's crease now. so not symmetry off. Okay, this just completely. I was just talking about symmetry before. Just completely did not do what I just did on the other side, but fine, I guess. I don't feel like doing this again, so I don't really have a choice now. Like, this looks completely different now. I guess that has to be part of it now, I guess. Actually, nah, let me just turn it off, and then it's fine. I just have to try to match this now. Mirror mod. Yeah, I could do that, but that would take too long because the mesh is so detailed right now. It'd be like I could just have it not connect, like the thing with the mirror modifier is that like if I wanted to connect both sides. Like it would be annoying having to connect it right now because it's super high res and there's so many vertices. I could have it just not connected, but I don't think I need to do that. Maybe I don't know. Alright, wait. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's start this. Um, Symmetry would mirror and connect. Mirror should have weld. That'll auto connect. Yeah, but I don't know because there's so many vertices. I don't know that I want to disconnect it right now. Because of Dino Topo too, it turns everything into triangles, and so like I feel like disconnecting it'll be kind of messy. Like if because I'd have to delete it down the center here, and I don't really want to. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. Let's see. First, I gotta crease this. This should be creased already, because actually this side isn't creased. Never mind. I was about to say this side is creased. Actually, it is a little bit. But whatever. Alright. I gotta move on to it, because there's going to be 3 of these sort of stomach plate things. And I only have 1. So It's like, why is this just not? It's almost like the two different sides of the mesh are just completely different now for some reason. Bisect option in mirror. I don't remember ever seeing that in the mirror modifier. Bisect option. Yeah, I don't, I do not see that. Is that with the new version of Blender, I'm guessing? If I scroll down the brush, hang on, let me see. Um, oh, you're talking about in. Oh, I thought you meant. Well, you're saying there's a mirror modifier in. Yeah, there's this area. Yeah, but I don't see like a bisect option here. Hang on. I'll be right back. Okay. Might have to end the stream soon, actually, because my dog was sleeping this whole time, but now looks like he's woken up. Looks like it's 2.8 thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I think, yeah, eventually when I get a better computer, I'll get around uh, messing around with 2.8 because I can't really use it with the computer I have. See, like, I can literally see it stop working on the left side, but that's fine. This is gonna be alright. This is gonna be super tedious. I think that's it. Yeah, it's been going about 4 hours. Alright, I think that'll be the end of stream today because this is gonna take me a really long time, and I gotta do other stuff. So I'll probably just finish this part on my own, and then maybe I'll stream not making the other parts of the body. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. I'll probably stream again, probably Sunday or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. And so yeah,